Call roll.
Senator Barnett. Senator Barrett. Senator Berry. Senator Blackman. Senator Blackwell. Senator Blunt. Senator Boyd. Senator Branning. Senator Brumfield. Senator Bryan. Senator Butler. Senator Carter. Senator Chazanall. Senator Chisholm. Senator DeBar. Senator Delano. Senator England. Senator Fillingane. Senator Frazier. Senator Harkins. Senator Hickman. Senator Hill. Senator Hobson. Senator Horn. Senator Jackson. Senator Johnson. Senator Jordan. Senator Kirby. Senator Ladner. Senator McCon. Senator McClendon. Senator McMahon. Senator Michelle. Senator Norwood. Senator Parker. Senator Parks. Senator Polk. Senator Rhodes. Senator Robinson. Senator Seymour. Senator Simmons of the 12th. Senator Simmons of the 13th. Senator Sparks. Senator Suber. Senator Tate. Senator Thomas. Senator Thompson. Senator Turner Ford. Senator Whaley. Senator Wiggins. Senator Williams. Senator Younger. Mr. President, a quorum is present.
Thank you. Will the guests in the gallery and the senators please rise for the invocation to be given by the Reverend Dr. F.R. Lenore, who is the pastor of New Bethel Missionary Baptist Church in Jackson, Mississippi. He's a guest of Senator Blunt. Following the prayer, Senator Blunt will give the Pledge of Allegiance. Pastor Lenore.
May we bow. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Almighty God, as we stand in your presence, receiving your blessings, your mercy, Lord, we just want to say thank you. Lord, we invite you into this building today. We invite you into the minds and the hearts of every individual here today. Lord, regulate in their minds. Give them the right choices to make that will be the best choices for everybody. And then, Lord, just continue to bless them individually and collectively. Bless their families as well. And keep us all, Lord, safe in your arms. This is our prayer, Lord, that we pray this morning. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. Please join me in the pledge. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I want to take a picture right now.
Yes, sir.
Go. Thank you, Pastor Lenore, and thank you, Senator Blunt. Senator Polk, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate dispense with the reading of the journal.
Senator moves to dispense with the reading of the journal. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Messages and petitions, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, there are none.
Committee reports, Senator Polk, you're recognized.
Mr. President, I move the Senate dispense with the reading of the committee reports.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Next, the reading of the titles of bills and resolutions. Senator Polk.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate dispense with the reading of the titles of the bills and resolutions.
Senator moves suspense with the reading of the titles of bills and resolutions. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed. Introduction of guest. Senate, introduction of guest. Seeing none, Senator Simmons, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask for floor privileges for Justice Leslie King and the other justices that have joined him this morning.
Floor privilege granted. Mr. Clerk, Sergeant at Arms, please show our guests to the floor. Senator Blunt, for what purpose?
Introduction of guests.
Please
Mr.
proceed.
President. Thank you, Mr. President. It's my pleasure to introduce to all the members of the Senate this morning. We may know her as Leah Smith's mom. Please stand up. Please stand up, Ms. Rupp. We're glad to have you here, and we're glad to have your friend from Oklahoma, Ms. Becky DeRozier, here with us. She's visiting from Oklahoma. And we're glad to see you, and we appreciate the work your daughter does for us. Thank you.
Thank you. It's good to see you. Okay, Senator Simmons.
Thank you, Mr. President. I make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask for the short title to Senate Concurrent Resolution 516 be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Concurrent Resolution Number 516, a concurrent resolution recognizing Mississippi Supreme Court presiding justice and former Representative Leslie D. King upon his receipt of the prestigious 60 Courageous Judges Award by the National Judicial College. Now therefore, be it resolved by the Senate of the State of Mississippi, the House of Representatives concurring therein, that we do hereby recognize Mississippi Supreme Court presiding justice and former Representative Leslie D. King upon his receipt of the prestigious 60 Courageous Judges Award by the National Judicial College, and extend to Justice King and his family our best wishes and thanks. Be it further resolved that this resolution be presented to Justice Leslie D. King, forwarded to the Mississippi Supreme Court and the National Judicial College, and made available to the Capitol Press Corps.
Mr. President and members of the Senate, in the city of Greenville, as a practitioner in private practice, Justice King worked as a lawyer in Greenville. He was later a municipal court judge, a public prosecutor, as well as a public defender before being elected to the Mississippi House of Representatives in 1979. Having served in the House for roughly 14 years from 1980 to 1994, Justice King became a member of the original Mississippi Court of Appeals and served there until he culminated to the position of Chief Judge of the Mississippi Court of Appeals. He is the only African American to ever serve in that capacity on the Court of Appeals, and he served on the Court of Appeals to his appointment by Governor Haley Barbour on February 23rd, 2011, where he actually became a member of the Mississippi Supreme Court, becoming the fourth African American to serve on that court. His most recent honor, as the short title to the proclamation reads, he was recognized among judges in the United States as well as around the world as one of the most 60 courageous judges for his commitment, his long record of service, professionalism, and to justice. At this time, Mr. President, I ask that you recognize Justice King to address the Mississippi State Senate.
Justice King, you are recognized to address the Mississippi Senate.
Thank you, Lieutenant Governor Holtzman. Let me thank you and the members of the Mississippi Senate for this great honor. I want to thank those senators who authored this concurrent resolution, and I want to say a special thank you to my senator, Senator Derek Simmons, and Senator Hillman Frazier, who was my longtime desk mate during our service as members of the Mississippi House of Representatives. To be recognized by the National Judicial College during its 60th anniversary celebration as one of 60 courageous judges is an honor and is very impressive. Like members of the legislature, judges are required to take an oath of office prior to entering upon service. But judges, that oath says, I solemnly swear that I will administer justice without respect to persons and do equal right to the poor and to the rich, and that I will faithfully and impartially discharge and perform all the duties incumbent upon me as a judge according to the best of my ability and understanding, agreeably to the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution and laws of the state of Mississippi. So help me God. That is an oath which I take very seriously. Attempt to embrace and honor in all of my judicial actions and carry with me as a part of each of my days. Having served 15 years as a member of the legislature, I know what it means to provide constituent services. But as judges, our oath of office informs us that we have only one constituent, and that constituent is the law. We serve that one constituent 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. I said earlier that the recognition by the National Judicial College is very impressive, but in the end, it is simply a recognition that I embraced, fulfilled, and honored the responsibilities of my oath. Because Mississippi is my home, I am especially appreciative of the recognition by the Mississippi legislature. I would be remiss if I failed to thank each of you for your legislative service and the sacrifices which you make for the betterment of our state. Those thanks also extend to your families for your legislative service, likewise compels them to make many sacrifices. Again, I thank you for this honor and wish each of you the very best and Godspeed as you attend to the legislative activities of our home state. I would also like to acknowledge some of my colleagues from the judiciary who were kind enough to come and be with me today. Presiding Judge Carlton of the Court of Appeals and Judges McDonald and Latrice Westbrook of the Court of Appeals. Without them, none of this would have been possible. So again, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Thank you, Justice. Very proud of your actions. Thank you very much for your hard work on the court.
Here, bring me this way. This way. This way. Come on, this way.
Senator Kirby, going to the calendar. Senator Kirby, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to suspend the rules and take up item 1 and 2 in block.
Motion to suspend the rules, take up items 1 and 2 in block. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Please read the title.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Resolution Number 132, commend Tishomingo County High School Braves girls basketball team for winning first state championship.
Use the
Senate
motion, Mr. President.
Senate Resolution Number 133, commend Boonville Blue Devils boys basketball team for winning third consecutive Class 3A state championship.
Okay. Now we got him. Senator Kirby, you're recognized to explain.
Now make the usual motion, Mr.
All in
President.
favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator Kirby.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, these are commending resolutions, both of them commending the state championships of these two teams. So if there are no questions, Mr. President, I would ask for the usual. I would ask that pass by use of morning roll call.
Use of morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object? Of course, voting no. Present? Seeing none, both pass. Thank you, Senator Kirby. Senator Parks?
Thank you, Mr. President.
Pass and retain. Motions to reconsider. Motions to reconsider. Senator Filligan?
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to skip item 5, but go to item number 6, called up and have the title read.
Skip item 5. Item 6. Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill 4057, suffrage, restored to Maddie Hardiman of DeSoto County.
The motion will be to table. I did speak with Senator McClendon earlier this morning. He was gracious enough to ask me to table this motion, or table the motion that he had entered. So that would be my motion.
Motion to table and motion to reconsider. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Thank you, Senator. Moving to Senator Hobson.
Thank you, Mr. President. If I may explain, everybody should be getting a copy of the budget sheet. That's our typical worksheet. I'm sorry we're delayed in getting it out, but had to get a few budgets finalized. But you will see the final numbers, the percentage change from the base amount, or what used to be LBR, and you'll also see some of the things that you'll see at the bottom of the second page, or when you flip over to the back, you'll see the different funds that were utilized. General fund, of course, is a number that we keep an eye on probably the most because it's going to be typically recurring dollars. But you'll see the EEF funds, healthcare expendable fund, tobacco control fund, CapEx fund, Gulf Coast GCRF, and coronavirus recovery funds that are listed on there as well. And while you take a look at that, I'm certainly amenable and we'll take questions as we go through the budget, the few budgets we got left. But take your time to look at that, and I will answer any questions as we go along. First thing I'd like to do, Mr. President, is seek unanimous consent to make following clerical corrections in House Bill 1823, if I may be recognized for that.
You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. In the education bill that we passed, I think that was yesterday or day before, there are 3 technical corrections on line 477. It is to delete the word teachers and replace it with employees. Line 482, after the word all, insert eligible, and on line 483, again, delete teachers and insert employees. I think those were related to the PERS increase, so that it went to all employees, not just teachers.
Okay.
I'll yield for questions. If none, my motion is seek unanimous consent to make those clerical changes.
No motion needed. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I'm going to pass on item 7 and 8, having retained the place, go to item 9 and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill 1800, Appropriation Medicaid Division of.
You gonna make the announcement? Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we adopt the conference report and ask that you recognize Senator Blackwell to explain.
Senator Blackwell is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman. The final action for Medicaid is $303,224,295. The general funds are $847,968,406. Its state support funds were $63,230,000 for a total state support of $911,198,000. There was a 2% increase for the salary progression of $1,109,000, health insurance increase of $231,000, vacancy fund of $899,000. We did the 0.5% PERS increase for $201,000, and the medical service specialty fund authority to sustain the FY24 deficit of $694,350. Or I'm sorry, that's $694,350,000. And the presumptive eligibility fund for the House Bill 539 that we passed earlier this year of $2,640,000. And we also added 62 pins back to deal with the presumptive eligibility. I also want to make mention that the department had asked for $80 million in support because we anticipate having a deficit. The House refused to give it even a penny on this. And just from a historical perspective, Medicaid state support in state fiscal year 25 is going to be about $100 million under what it was in state year fiscal year 16. That's with about 30% inflation in nine years, provider rates increases, new programs, et cetera. The Medicaid agency used to have state support deficits all the time. I'm sure Chairman Wiggins will remember those days. But we haven't, since 2019, moving up to 2024, we've not had a state support deficit. That was due to the higher FMAP that we got during the pandemic of 6.2%. And so anyway, just wanted to make sure that the body knew that next year we're probably going to be coming back and asking for deficit support. That's an explanation of the bill. I'll yield for questions.
Questions on the bill? Senator Chisholm, for what purpose, ma'am?
Introduction out of order.
One moment. As soon as we finish it, we'll get right back to you. All right. Questions on the bill? Questions on the bill? Seeing none, Senator?
Move for passage by the use of the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to that procedure? Court is voting no. Present.
And Mr. President, if you don't mind, Medicaid didn't have an opportunity to present a bill. I would just like to thank a few folks if I could.
Please proceed.
This session, well, first of all, I want to thank my policy advisor, Brittany. She's done a fantastic job. There were a lot of hours that went into preparing for the expansion bill, and despite her condition of pregnancy, she was here late, she was here early, just did a fantastic job, and I wish she were here today, but hopefully she's home resting. Also want to thank Sam Martin, our drafting attorney. We didn't do as many drafts on the tech bill as we did on the cannabis, but there were quite a few, and Sam, certainly appreciate your help on that. And lastly, to the Senator Boyd and Senator Wiggins for their assistance as well. There was a lot of effort that went into the tech bill, as well as expansion. But I just wanted to give you guys kind of an idea of what happened. Starting in early February, I had met with my counterpart on the other side. We had basically two bills that we were going to put in, one for presumptive eligibility and one for the tech bill. They also had that. And despite what you might read in the Democrat Today, the Senate was responsible for postpartum care. So with that, I thought it was only fair that we let the House share in that and pass the presumptive eligibility. So they sent those over, we passed those with the understanding that they would be taking up our tech bill. Well, then we had the expansion issue to come up, and it got to be one thing after the next. So they rushed, like I said before, rushed and had the bill over to us. We kind of took our time and came up with what I thought was a very conservative response. That wasn't acceptable, so we had to have a hearing for them to consider the tech bill. We had the hearing. Then we had to compromise. We had to come up to the 138% FPL. We did come up to that proposal. Then they, it was kind of good, so we did. Then we were to ask to remove the section on suing CMS. We did. Then they asked us to put in the department would apply annually. We did. Then finally, they came back with a proposal, which was their original proposal. We then reduced the work hour requirement on ours to 100 from 120. Then on Wednesday of this week, I told them we'd heard from a very reliable source that CMS would approve our work requirements. I communicated that to my counterpart as well as to the Democrats. Yesterday, Representative Johnson came to me and suggested removing the annual requirement for the department to reapply. He was shocked when I told him that that request came from his side. Meantime, our tech bill is being held hostage and contingent upon accepting the referendum proposal that they sent over. When I told them that the proposal was not well accepted, I was told they're not signing our tech bill. So here's what we passed on the tech bill. In addition to updating federal requirements, we lost reimbursement for ambulance providers who treat in place. They deleted reimbursement for certified community behavioral health centers, deleted reimbursement for children going to Lebanon Hospital, deleted reimbursement for ambulatory surgery centers, deleted reimbursement for pediatricians and the ambulatory surgery centers going up to 100% of Medicare. Deleted glucose monitoring services as a pharmacy benefit for folks who are managing their diabetes. Deleted neuromuscular tongue stimulator for sleep apnea, which is a whole new technology. Deleted perinatal risk management services program. Deleted reimbursement for autism spectrum disorder services, and deleted reimbursement to adult daycare services. So I just wanted you folks to know kind of what went on behind the scenes. And certainly anybody that has any questions, you can come up, but we'll try to pursue these next year, and hopefully we'll be a little bit more successful. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Blackwell. Very, very difficult for a lot of Mississippians by their actions. Please, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. As we go to item 10.
I will wait 1 second. Senator Chisholm had an introduction, I think.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm very pleased to have with us today in the House, or in the Senate, excuse me. Bring me the thumb, just bring it on. We have the President of MSMA, former Director of Office of Physicians Workforce, a very good friend, and we are so pleased to have you here. Please make welcome Dr. John Mitchell, and don't forget his assistant, his nurse, Miss Pamela Moore.
Good to see you, John. Welcome back again, and thank you for what you do for rural health care in Mississippi. All right, before you start, Senator Michelle, one more, Senator, hold on. Senator Michelle?
An introduction, please, Mr. President.
Please proceed.
We have with us today a very with valued committee assistant Deborah Stamps, her 10-year-old granddaughter, Emma Grace. She's here today studying the process in hopes of being a page in a few years. So would you join me in welcoming Emma Grace to our chamber?
Thank you. Senator Jordan? For what purpose, sir?
Point of personal privilege, please.
Please proceed.
Mr. Blackwell just spoke on.
Please proceed, Senator.
From here.
You have to come to the well, Senator, on personal privilege.
Thank you, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman. But to continue to watch, appreciate everything that we attempted to do, and we didn't get anything done on Medicaid expansion. It does hurt me and probably many of you. People are still dying in mountain numbers, and we are procrastinating or equivalent to that, allowing it to happen. The poorest and the sickest state in the union, $14 billion our name on it, and a lot of us pay federal income tax, and we are going home to continue to allow people to die in mountain numbers, and we think we've done the right thing. It's disgraceful. We cannot continue to stumble into the future backwards. In my opinion, that's exactly what this does add up to, stumbling into the future backwards. Money waiting for us. Sick people, good folk. I guess my district out of 49,000 people may be 30,000 African American. But there are another 20,000 other folks. I'm a senator for the people. I care about people. That's the only reason I'm here. If I want to make money, I've said many times, I do nothing. But it ain't about me. It's about serving Mississippi. And we're not doing it, going home, seeing hospitals closed, funerals every day, twice a day. And everybody's looking at us and we hadn't gotten the job done. It doesn't make any sense at all. It's not about David Jordan, whether you like me or not. I have to speak what's on my heart because I love people. All kind of folks. God made us all. We all do look alike, whether we believe it or not. We all have a mouth and a nose and eyes and walk upright. Appendages. We are hurting. Let's stop it. Let's make Mississippi an oasis where she has the potential of becoming. But to allow people to die because we can't come together is disgraceful. Thank you. May God bless you.
Thank you. Senator Hobson.
Thank you, Mr. President. As we go to item 10 on today's calendar and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill 1826, Appropriation, Transportation Department.
I move adoption of the conference report and ask that you recognize Senator Branning to explain.
Senator Branning, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Final action on the budget for the Department of Transportation is $1,438,802,542. That consists of an increase for health insurance of $220,783, restoration of budget cuts for $16,893,000, salary progressions of $3,468,000, their PERS increase of $632,000, and then an appropriation of $300,000 from Project Poppy, which we did earlier this session. Now, the additional dollars that will be going into MDOT's budget out of the capital expense fund consist of $250 million toward capacity, $40 million for the match for the federal funds, $30 million for the emergency road and bridge funds, $10 million for the multimodal program, and then $450,000 for the Little Prevention Control Program. That's the Keep Mississippi Beautiful program that we all know it by that name, but it's an increase of $150,000, and I bring your attention to that simply because I've received a lot of questions. I think we all understand that's a problem in our state. That is a general explanation of the budget, and at this time, Mr. President, I'd like to yield for questions.
Questions on the bill? Seeing none, Senator, we're ready for your motion.
Move final passage on the morning roll call.
Use of morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to procedure? Court is voting no. Present. Thank you, Senator Branning. Senator Hobson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that we pass on item 11, 12, 13, and 14, and go to item 15. Have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill 3054, Appropriation, Finance, and Administration Department of.
Move adoption of the conference report and ask to be recognized to explain.
You're recognized, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is the DFA bill. It has a lot of stuff in it because a lot of the things that are coming out of the transfer bill that you'll hear about later have to get over to DFA, and we give them spending authority for that. This includes the health insurance premium increases, the salary progressions, and the PERS increase. Also, some vacancy funding that had been reduced at LBR was restored. That's $1,135,728. Some of that's general funds, some of that is special funds. We've got an increase to contractual services for their SPARS refresh. That's a computer system that they are desperately needing. That amount is $3 million out of CapEx. We've got an $11 million CapEx increase for increases to contractual services and equipment for the church demolishment and other personal property acquisition. We've got $11,500,000 special fund increases for contractual services for eligible administration and reporting expenses reduced at LBR. $197,520 of special funds for the 2022 local improvement project fund. There were some local improvements that had special funds that we needed to give them spending authority to make. $2 million for the 2023 local improvement projects fund, and $455 million of special funds for increases related to the capital improvements funds for 2022 for IHL, 2022 for the community colleges, 2024 for the local improvement projects fund, and 2022 state agencies capital improvements fund, 2022 DFA statewide repair and renovation fund, and the total increase over base level funding was $484,452,499. The final actions are for the DFA bills, and I'll go over those one by one, are the Tort Claims Board, $6,488,313. That's all special funds. The Commission on the Status of Women, $47,260. $44,125 of that is general funds. Our state property insurance, we talked about that earlier in the session, $22,270,619. That's all general funds. The Mississippi Home Corp, $1,810,227. That's all general funds. And broadband, Beam, broadband expansion and accessibility of Mississippi, $198,486,698. The general fund portion of that is $433,500. And the Capital City Water and Sewer Projects Fund, no action, so they just reappropriated those funds for that program. Capital Projects, $6,500,000, and that was through Capital Expense Fund for R&R, repair and renovation projects. That's an explanation of the DFA budget and bill. I'll yield for questions.
Questions on the bill, Senator Fillingham?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. President. I have a question.
You yield, Senator?
I yield.
Senator Phillips is recognized for a question.
Thank you, sir. And thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think in your explanation you referenced the tearing down of a church building. I'm curious, is that the one on High Street that we see coming and going from the Capitol?
That's it.
And what are the plans for that property that the state owns now?
I don't know if I've got any specific plans for that. I know they want to demolish it. It's gotten into a state of disrepair at the state. We purchased that property a few years ago, three or 4 years ago, maybe. I can't remember exactly when we purchased that property. I know that they've talked about a master plan for all the properties that we've got in the area. We purchased the old Wright and Ferguson Funeral Home 4 or 5 years ago, and they're renovating it. I think they're going to put Capitol Police and maybe the Resource Reference Bureau there. Yeah. And Corbin's reminded me that when they looked at that to see if they could do any renovations and do something else, it was too expensive to fix it. And so I think the plan that they developed, and I believe they've even gotten the bid process started on that, is to go ahead and demolish that church, Senator.
Well, thank you so much. I bugged Ms. Blunt early on, and she had told me that they were working towards that goal, so I want to thank you and whoever else was involved in that. It's become a real eyesore coming and going from the state capitol, and it appears to be a place for homeless people at this point. So thank you for your work on that. I appreciate it.
Don't disagree with you. Thank you.
Senator Horn, for what purpose?
Question.
You have for question, Senator Hobson?
I yield.
Senator Horn, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator Hobson, you mentioned the allocation of state dollars for home court.
Correct.
What was that amount?
That amount was $1,810,227.
All right, thank you. And you also mentioned the Capital City Water Sewer Fund. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
I did. 100. Corbin's reminded me that this is reappropriation, but it's $198,486,698, and DFA works with and through the city of Jackson on this project.
And can you describe the project a little bit?
What?
Can you describe the project? What is this project? I don't know that I've ever heard of it.
I think these were the ARPA funds that we had for the city of Jackson.
Is that being administered through CCID or directly with the city?
I think that's the city. City.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Bryan. For what purpose?
A question.
You yield, Senator.
I yield.
Senator Bryan is recognized for a question.
Did I understand that someone somewhere had looked at the former church of the First Christian Church Scientist across the street and decided that there was no use that could be made of it other than to demolish it?
That's my understanding.
Could you get me the names of the engineers or architects or consultants or whoever it was that came to that conclusion?
I'm sure we could get that for you, Senator.
Is it too late? Do we have an appropriation for the Board of Architects?
We have already passed that bill, Senator.
Is the time passed to enter a motion to reconsider?
I believe the time has passed. We passed that three weeks ago.
Do we have an architecture school at Mississippi State University?
We do indeed.
Have we sent them an appropriation?
We do indeed.
You have any idea why?
If there are no other questions, Mr. President, I move adoption of the conference report.
Seeing no other questions, Senator.
By use of the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to that procedure? Court is voting no. Present? Seeing none, the bill passed by use of the morning roll call, Senator.
Okay, the next ask them to go to item 16 and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill 3056, Appropriation Development Authority, Mississippi.
I move adoption of the conference report and ask to be recognized to explain.
You recognize, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. The bill has, on Senate Bill 3056, has been refiled. It's on your computers if you would like to access that. I know you want to, and I'll be happy to give you more time if you'd like to take a look at it if you've got any questions online, but the conference report has been refiled. So feel free to, I'll move slowly as I go through it. If you've got any questions, I'm happy to stop. One of the things that we did in this is, many of you know, the Tennessee Tombigbee Waterway Development Authority has been taken over and brought under the umbrella of MDA now. And I think that was by agreement. And so their budget is now essentially part of the overall the 10-time budget is part of the overall MDA budget. But final action in the 10-time portion that will be part of MDA is $593,454. The general fund support is $250,635. We did include some filling a vacant position there for $40,000 of general funds, and we increased the salary to swap out the special fund authority to general funds needed for that vacant position, actually for another vacant position, $42,191. As it relates to the overall MDA budget, in addition to the health insurance increase and salary progressions and PERS increase, we've got vacancy funding of $156,469, $40 million for the Site Development Authority that we have funded in previous years for our economic development sites around state, $117,614,000 of special fund authority for the Project Poppy. By the way, the Site Development Authority is also special funds. The Project Atlas, $44 million. The Poppy Authority for Expediting Service, $355,058. The Atlas Authority for Expediting Services, $1,600,000. An additional $50,000 for the Book Festival out of capital expense funds. $400,000 for the Sanderson Farm Golf Tournament out of capital expense funds. $500,000 from the tourism, this is addition, $500,000 Mississippi Tourism Association capital expense fund, $1 million for the Mississippi Museum of Art, CapEx, and then finally $6,972,000 of special funds for the Main Street Revitalization Grant Program for some Main Street projects that they've tentatively approved around the state. I think there may be 19 of those projects. I'm not positive about that number. Yeah, 19 projects around the state. So the overall increase was $213,044,182, which includes CapEx, special funds, and general funds. Total amount of the budget is $395,634,375. The general fund portion of it is $21,420,879. Their budget is largely in CapEx and other outside funds. I will yield for questions.
Questions on the bill?
If none, I move adoption of the conference report by use of the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? No voting no. Present? Seeing none, bill passes by use of the morning roll call. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Mr.
Go to
President.
in-conference finance. Senator Hawkins. Pass and retain. Pass and retain. 17 through 23. And we go to in-conference appropriations, general bills. Senator Hobson. Senator Hobson is going to pass and retain for a moment. Is there any other bills on the general calendar, on general bills? Senator Fillingane, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item number 27, called up and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill 292, DUI suspension. Clarify how the 120 days are counted.
Thank you, Mr. President. The motion will be that we do adopt the conference report, and if you'll recognize Senator Sparks to explain the bill.
Senator Sparks, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The conference report for House Bill 292 does two things. The first thing it does is address the date of the beginning of a 120-day driver's license suspension. You'll see that on line 125. It states that that suspension shall begin 21 days after the entry of judgment or conviction or order of non-adjudication. This will give clarity to when that suspension begins. The law already requires the court to deliver the conviction, the ticket, and the documentation within 5 days, so that builds in an extra 2 weeks for that to get to the Department of Public Safety, and that's when that suspension will begin. We have a varying ranging of suspensions that may start within a month, 2 months, 3 months. It was all based on when you received a letter, so we believe that will clarify. The second change is on line 303. This addresses only people who are under the age of 21. The legal age to purchase alcoholic beverage, and it only addresses an aggravated DUI, felony DUI, and it only addresses the alcohol portion. Today, if you were charged with aggravated DUI and you were under the age of 21 and you were accused of other substances, you would be held to the same standard as an adult. If you had a blood alcohol reading through an intoxilizer machine, if you were over the age of 21, the legal limit is 0.08. So therefore, if you were below 0.08, you could not be found guilty on that particular type of DUI, an alcohol DUI, if you were over the age of 21. If you were 20 years and 364 days, just under 21, you had the exact same event occur, and your BRAC was 0.02, you would be subject to a felony conviction, an aggravated DUI. What we do in this language is simply make on a felony aggravated DUI, if you are under the age of 21, particularly as it relates to a breath alcohol content, that you be given the same 0.08 standard, since you are dealing with felony court and the potential of incarceration in the Department of Corrections. That is an explanation of the conference report. Mr. President, I would yield to any questions.
Questions on the conference report? Questions? Senator Turner Ford, for what purpose?
I have a question.
You for a question, Senator Sparks?
I yield.
Senator Turner Ford is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator, for yielding. My question is, the 120 days begins after entry of judgment.
That's correct, yes.
And I was trying to scan for the administrative suspension. That only occurs if there is a refusal?
That is correct.
And I didn't have a chance to check the question that I have, because I think when people are arrested for driving under the influence, their license is confiscated. Is that accurate?
If it is a refusal, if it's not a refusal, they are not supposed to take the license, but correct. If you are offered the intoxilizer 8000 test or blood or urine under the statutory requirement that your license shall be administratively suspended, and they will take your license at that time. But if they take your license, they will also, are supposed to, produce an IP form to give to you that is your temporary permit to drive. It's 45 days on a refusal that you have a temporary permit to drive.
And so if a person submits to the intoxilizer they register for presence of alcohol above the legal limit, what happens to their driving privileges at that point?
They also will take your driver's license. They will also deliver you an IP form from the intoxilizer machine that is a receipt for your driver's license, which serves as a permit that you can drive for 30 days. But we also allow in the code that if you request trial, you request to go to court, and they're not able to go to court within those 30 days, you can get a driver's license extension until your case is adjudicated.
And that will be through the clerk's office?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you. Further questions? Seeing none, Senator, we're ready for your motion.
Move for adoption of the conference report and final passage on the morning roll call.
Use of morning roll call been requested. Anyone object? Court is voting no. Present? Parker, present. Branning, present. Anyone else? Parker and Branning, present. Hill, present. Parker, Branning, and Hill, present. Mr. Clerk? Passes on use of the morning call with 3 presents noted. Senator Finnegan?
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item 28, called up and have the title read.
Please read the title.
House Bill 1253, post-conviction collateral relief, requires certain petitions to obtain Supreme Court permission before filing in trial court.
Senator Finnegan.
Thank you, Mr. President. The motion will be that we do adopt by use of the morning roll call, and if you'll recognize Senator Sparks, the Vice Chairman, again to explain this bill.
Senator Spark, you recognize.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't realize I was recognized. Thank you,
Yes,
Mr.
sir.
President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. House Bill 1253, the conference report, it does a couple of different things. I don't want there to be any confusion. The primary purpose of the bill was to address post-conviction relief. There is also information about bond, and it's Section 2, so I just want to be clear. The first section deals with filings for post-conviction relief after someone has already completed their direct appeal. It has been ruled upon. There are grounds for which you can file post-conviction relief. Once those are exhausted, there are things that are filed from time to time that are going to be denied because they're improperly before the body, before the court. But they still file them, clerk files them, and then it causes a lot of issue and consternation. So Section 1 deals with if you're going to file a motion, that motion would be submitted in a manner that would be addressed on the front end, so it would not be filed and begin to jam up the court docket if it is improperly before the court, and that would be judicial officials making that decision. Section 2 addresses items around bond and surety, and on line 66, there's an order to set aside a ruling against a bondsman. So as most of you know, if you post a bond, that bonding agent is your surety to make sure that you come to court. And if you don't come to court, ultimately that bond can be called and revoked, and the bondsman either delivers your person or delivers the amount of money of the bond. So most of this bill addresses when the notification should go out, how that notification should be addressed. And so on line 66, there's an order to set aside if the surety has met their obligation or if the notice fails to be delivered. The other thing is that the NCIC system is a National Criminal Information System where if I am absconded, if you will, from my bond requirements, that would be put into that system so that if I am apprehended in some other state, that it would show that I have absconded from my bond obligation in Mississippi. So it says to put it on the NCIC without restriction. As it relates to a final judgment, once again, this is after someone has been unable to deliver the person to court. There's a notice provision that this notice should be delivered to the bondsman to let them know they're seeking final judgment. We've changed the amount of days from 10 to 20. Then in line 103 to 112, we talk about proof of surrender. In other words, we certainly can bring the person to the court or show proof of payment of the actual bond before a revocation is issued, because ultimately, if the bondsman does not deliver the person and does not pay the money, someone could move to revoke the license of that bonding authority. So they have an opportunity to present proof that they either have paid, that the person has been delivered, or the person is in another jurisdiction. So it gives them a fairness going into that situation. You see it again with a 10-day notice to 20-day notice on line 237, line 266 through 275, as presenting proof again before revocation. And then the set-aside order, once again, the clerk will present a set-aside order if they failed to give notice to the bondsman. And then once again on 340, 349. So it's the same thing happening in multiple different statutes, all dealing with bond. Section 3 deals with the PCR, post-conviction relief, further. Originally, the bill had stated that if there's an intervening decision of the court or there was new evidence that was discovered, that would toll the statute of limitations. In other words, it would reopen your ability to file a post-conviction relief or to file for relief on those issues. The court has had an intervening decision or there's new evidence. We started at 1 year, we moved to 2 years, we're now at 3 years. So there is a 3-year tolling of the statute, that if there's an intervening decision that you act on that, or if there's new evidence that you act on that, when that new evidence has been discovered or could reasonably have been discovered. In addition, the ineffective assistance of counsel, which this is on line 448, repeated on 538 and 608, same language. There is no such thing as an ineffective assistance of counsel in the federal system on a post-conviction relief. The state had interjected something of that sort in a Supreme Court decision about 10 years ago, and then recently they've said this is not really a ground for relief. The final thing this bill does, and that it is new as it relates to the legislation, and I believe addresses some of the concerns of individuals about a time-limited toll, is there are 4 grounds that will not toll. That is, if you have had a illegal sentence that you have had, and this is on line 438. I'll make sure, pardon me just a second, I'm going to make sure I get that proper to the body. Because these grounds would not toll because of the nature of the issue. It's on line 448, and I may be looking at the strike through. I don't want to. The petition claims that his conviction or sentence violates the right against double jeopardy, free from an illegal sentence, right to due process at sentencing, and a right not to be subject to ex post facto laws. So those claims would be available to someone without the 3-year statute of limitations being told. That is an explanation of the conference report. I do have a Scrivener's error motion at the proper time, but I would yield to questions first.
No questions, Senator.
Okay, on the line where it states, and let me get off the strike through. Let me make sure it's 438. The word used on line 438 that the petition claims was petitioner. So we need to add the word ER, I believe, the letters ER, or change the word petition and insert petitioner in lieu thereof on line 438. I would ask for unanimous consent to make that Scrivener's error omission.
Okay. Does anyone object? Does anyone object? Seeing no objection to unanimous consent for the Scrivener's error, It's approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. If there are no further questions, I would move for adoption and final passage on the morning roll call.
So we have Senator Blackman. Do you have a question?
Point of order, Mr. President.
State your point.
I believe Section 2 adds new code sections. 2123.8. I don't believe that was in the original.
Let us check, please. Senator, is your point of order saying that that code section not only is not in there, but not germane to the bill?
That's correct.
Thank you. Senator Blackman, your point of order is well taken, and the bill will be sent back to conference.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, sir. Okay, item 29, Senator England.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item number 29 on today's calendar and have the title read.
Please read the title.
House Bill 1406, absentee voting, revised various provisions.
Senator England.
Thank you, Mr. President. My motion will be that we do adopt the conference report, and I ask to be recognized to explain.
You are recognized to explain the conference report.
Thank you. Senators, this is a bill we passed, I believe, earlier this week. It feels like it's been 2 weeks in one, but we put it back in conference for the reason of we had a cure for the 5-day, for 5 days, people to come in and cure their ballot if they were to be rejected for signature reasons. We also were changing the 5-day rule by which absentee ballots could be received by mail after the election. After looking at that, we wanted to put some more work into those two parts of this conference report, so we took those out. So those are no longer in here. That's probably the main change on this, but I'll also point out that if you look at, and this is throughout, the same phrase is throughout, but if you look at lines 45 to 46, we had some good questions in here about the box that is to be located across the flap for signatures. Even though that is not grounds to reject a ballot, we did go ahead and add the statement that a portion of the elector's signature extending outside of the box shall not be grounds for rejecting the elector's ballot. So those are the changes that we made when we sent this back to conference. I'm happy to answer any questions. If not, my motion is that we adopt this conference report by use of the morning roll call.
Senator, you have a couple of questions. Senator Jordan, do you have a question?
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Chairman.
Do you yield Senator Jordan for a question?
I certainly do, yes.
So we don't have to worry about the box anymore.
That's correct, Senator Jordan, and your question and others that were in here earlier this week were very helpful, and that's why we added that phrase.
So this has improved the methods for it.
That's correct.
Now, what do we do now? Just go ahead and vote absentee?
That's right. So if you vote absentee, again, you're still going to have to sign across the flap, as we discussed earlier this week. We added the box to help direct the voter where they're supposed to sign so that we make sure the signature's across the flap. But what we clarified in this new conference report is that if any portion of that signature is outside the box, then that is not grounds to reject the ballot.
Okay. What if it's not, a portion of it is not across the flap, but that does give an opportunity, but it must be, all of it must be across the flap?
That's correct. Still must sign across the flap.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Senator Jordan.
Senator Parker, for what purpose?
Question, Mr. President.
You yield Senator Parker for a question.
I will yield.
Senator Parker.
I see in the conference report that it looks like line 512 through 514, which was given a lot of discussion, I think, when we were on the floor. That remains in the conference report. This is the provision about the voting provision in prison. Is that correct?
Yes, that is still a part of this bill and part of the conference report, yes.
Okay, so there was no change at all made to that part?
That's not, and again, that as we discussed earlier this week, the Attorney General and others have concerns that we were not allowing people to vote, thereby essentially disenfranchising them without their having committed a crime that leads to them losing their suffrage rights.
But all the concerns that were raised before about notaries and how that would take place, all of those, there were no changes in the bill versus when we took it up before?
That's correct. No changes to that portion. Thank you, Senator Parker.
Okay, I see no further questions. Well, Senator Hill. Senator Hill, do you have a question?
So
You have a, you
Yes.
yield to Senator Hill?
I'll yield, yes.
All right, Senator Hill.
If the ballots are mailed to the jail, who's going to be responsible for determining that they get to the right person and that it gets notarized and witnessed? That still has to happen?
Yes, Senator Hill, that still has to happen, and there's still the ordinary measures by which a ballot is maintained when we mail ballots, and the process of the mail would be done just like they do with jails. I'm not sure exactly who receives it or how they go about that, but yes, it would just be mailed to the individual there to vote.
And we have a federal program going on right now where the Biden administration is using federal agencies to register people to vote in some of these facilities, from what I'm reading on TV. And there's concern, I'm seeing it on TV and reading it, and there's concern that some of these people are not potentially qualified to vote, that they're registering, and that we don't know who's overseeing that or who's doing those things. I think Secretary Watson's been talking about that too.
Yes, I know that the Secretary Watson's issue is when you don't have, if you're registering people to vote, whether they're qualified electors and things like that. I think that's a completely different process when you go by registering people. But if there's some legislation that we want to maybe look at next year to deal with that.
Well, I mean, if that's going on, it's still a question in my mind. If that federal program's going on and the Secretary's got a question as to whether or not they're registering people that are qualified to vote, I've still got a question, and now we're mailing ballots, and we don't know that if they're registering people qualified to vote or not. That's my concern, but I appreciate you entertaining my questions.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, I'll say that, nobody can get a ballot mailed to them if they're not a registered and qualified elector, so that should be made. That point, I believe, should be made. Thank you, Senator Hill.
Senator Jordan, do you have a question? You yield? Okay, seeing no further questions, a motion?
Yes, Mr. President, my motion is that we adopt the conference report by use of the morning roll call.
Senator suggests that we adopt the conference report by use of morning roll call. Any senator object? Any senator wish to be recorded voting no? Senator Hill. Senator Barrett. Senator Williams. Senator Parker. Senator Michelle. Senator McClendon, Senator Seymour, Senator McMahon, Senator Suber, Senator Hill, I think, yeah, we got you already, I think. Senator Blackwell, Senator Whaley, and Senator Polk. Senator Chisholm, Senator Branning, anyone else? Senator Younger, yeah. Senator McCon, Senator Sparks over here. Anyone else? How about present? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting present? Please hold on for the vote. Mr. Clerk, can you read off those that were voting no so that we'll make sure we have everyone?
Voting no or nay: Barrett, Blackwell, Branning, Chisholm, Hill, McCon, McClendon, McMahon, Michelle, Parker, Polk, Seymour, Sparks, Suber, Whaley, Williams, and Younger.
With only 17 votes counting no, the conference report has passed.
Mr. President, if I may take a moment, this is my last bill for the session for the Elections Committee. I know we're all very excited about it. I want to thank a few people. I want to thank the Lieutenant Governor for entrusting me with being chairman of this very important committee. Elections is something that's obviously a very tough committee, especially in the state of Mississippi, with the history we have here. But I am honored to be in the spot to take on these very tough bills and to take these very tough questions from this body when we present these bills up here. I think I set a record losing a bill with 46 noes to 6 yeas earlier on a morning roll call vote. And then we turned that back around after hearing some concerns, and we passed that bill later. But I want to thank my committee. It's a very tough committee where I'll tell you I am the junior member on the committee as chairman. I've got 3 former chairmen of the elections committees on there with me. I've got 2 former elections commissioners on there with me. I've got a lot of great members. It's a very tough committee, but we listen and we hear the issues, and I'm very proud of that. I want to thank Pat Trolls for being my committee assistant and Holly Robertson for being my policy advisor. I know I'm going to leave somebody out here. I want to thank the Secretary of State, Attorney General, everybody for working with me on this. This is my first time. Oh, yes, certainly want to thank Allison. Boy, Allison, we wouldn't have been, I knew I was going to forget somebody. Allison, you're not forgettable, though. You did a great job on all of our bills, especially working this late into the session on elections bills. But look, thank you all for the opportunity. Thank you very much to my committee and to those that we mentioned.
Thank you, Senator. Good job. Okay, we're going to be breaking for lunch, so I'll take announcements. Before we do, are there any announcements? You have an announcement, Senator Johnson?
Thank you, Mr. President. Finance will meet immediately upon recess in room 216.
Okay. Senator Hobson, you want to do one more before we break for lunch?
Thumbs up or thumbs down? All right, one more.
Don't let me call a vote for that, Senator.
No. I move that we suspend the rules for immediate consideration of item 25 on today's calendar.
Okay, can you hold on one second, Senator Simmons? Before you started talking, you don't have an announcement.
This is an announcement, Mr. President, so I'll wait after Chairman Hobson.
Thank you. Now, I'm sorry, Senator Hobson, you will suspend the rules and go to which item?
25, please, Mr. President.
Senator Hobson will suspend the rules and go to item 25. Anyone object? Seeing no objection, Senator Hobson.
Aye, and I'd ask the title be read.
Please read the title.
House Bill 1707, 2023 Local Improvements Project Fund, clarifying correct names and purposes of certain projects funded from.
Thank you, Mr. President. Move adoption of the conference report. Ask to be recognized to explain.
You're recognized to explain, Senator.
Thank you. We have been over this a few times this session. There are corrections on various local projects from last year, and I am going to try to not repeat some of the ones that may have been done already, but I know there were a few that have been done late. One of those was $8 million that was sent last year to Clinton. It included parking, infrastructure, et cetera. What did I say? No, I said $8 million. I think I said $8 million. And it included some additional structures and improvements and trails and public plaza and parking near the intersection of Highway 80 and the US Highway 80 area of Clinton. I think we covered the town of Gloucester will take over the Gloucester Southern Railroad. We passed a bill on that this session. And that was $8 million also from last year. The Wilkinson County replaced the town of Centerville on that project for $500,000. Portable Water Association taking over $200,000 from Kemper County. The Boys and Girls Club in Biloxi taking over the city of Biloxi, $1 million. DFA taking over costs associated with the Sports Hall of Fame from last year, $500,000. The City of Picayune project, I know this is a new one. It was to the Memorial High School and improvements at the girls' softball field specifically, which was $150,000. The town of Byhalia to replace the Byhalia Old School Commons at $500,000. The Kill Utility and Fire District replacing the Hancock, Mississippi and Hancock County Utility Authority. Pike County, that was $500,000. Pike County replacing Summit for $250,000. Removing the Board of Supervisors, Hammond Hall, and Marion County Health Department as it relates to roof repairs in Marion County, Mississippi. That was $500,000. There was a project, we deleted a project that was in Oktibbeha County, originally designed to repair, I think it was a Justice Court, County Court, and Circuit Court building. They want that fund. They want those funds to lapse for $1 million and come back. We're going to reappropriate $1 million for a bridge on Morgantown Road that needs repair, which they determined was more important than this project. Some technical language on several other bills. Oh, thank you. Corbin's giving me the ones that are new. We deleted a project in Hinds County as it relates to revisions and repairs to Eubanks Creek. That also, the plan is to reauthorize those funds through another vehicle to be settled later. The Jones County project on Graves Road in the Buffalo Hill area was also included adjoining streets. Washington County, there were some roads that were included last year. This will broaden that area to $600,000. It's in certain parts of Washington County near Estes Street, Airedale Drive, Sydney Street, and other streets were included, which could also be impacted, and they can use those dollars. And then, let me see what else. There was an amendment to the creation of the 2023 Local Improvements Project Fund to require 3 written bids over $75,000. Let me explain this. Right now, under the procurement laws, if you've got a project under $75,000, you got to get 2 bids. Over $75,000, you're supposed to get, 2 quotes, pardon me. Over $75,000, you're supposed to go through the bid process. That has become and is cumbersome for some, so as not to delay the process of getting these funds out, but also to make sure that the entities who receive those funds are getting sufficient quotes and making sure they're getting the best deal they can get. We're requiring that they get 3 bids, or 3 quotes, excuse me, for anything over $75,000. And finally, there was a reference to the American Recovery and Reinvestment Act, and this cleans up the statute that is no longer needed due to the ARA being closed. This is not ARPA. This is the old ARA funds, for those that remember that from about 10 or 12 years ago. That's an explanation of the changes on the local projects bill from last year, and I yield for questions.
See no questions, Senator.
Motion is adoption of the conference report.
Senator suggests adoption of the conference report by use of morning roll call. Anyone object to this procedure? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye. Before we go to the next one, Senator, let's let Senator Simmons give you more time. Would you like to make your announcement at this time, Senator Simmons? You're recognized for an announcement.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. Members of the Senate, my desk mate has been talking about this day all week. He was set this morning at the Jackson State University commencement to receive his 50th year golden diploma. Senator Solly Norwood, I was with him last night, and unfortunately, due to some family medical emergencies, he will be unable to attend the ceremony this morning at Jackson State. But in his absence, I wanted the chamber to know that 50 years ago, he graduated from Jackson State University, and he will be honored getting his 50-year diploma in his absence. So
Thank
I want
you,
to announce
Senator.
to the body.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, now we'll go back. Senator Hobson, we said one more. One more again? Okay.
Thank you, Mr. President. My motion is to suspend the rules for immediate consideration of item 24 on today's calendar.
Motion to suspend the rules, go back to item 24. Any objections? Seeing no objections, Senator Hobson, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask the title be read.
Please read the title.
House Bill 1705, Budget Process, bring forward certain sections relating to and provide for transfers of funds.
Move adoption of the conference report and ask to be recognized to explain.
You're recognized to explain, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. A lot of this is cleanup language that needs to be handled in the bills. There are a couple of things on CapEx funds that we have utilized this year. $92,000 to the Animal Disease Response Fund, $800,000 to the Oil and Gas Emergency Plugging Fund, $1,575,864 to the Disaster Assistance Trust Fund, $2 million to the Mississippi Dam Safety Fund, and $500,000 to the Historic Site Preservation Fund. We also are creating an opioid settlement fund and requiring the Attorney General to deposit any funds that are received into this account. There are 4 or 5 sections about funds that have been created and are statutory, and we're specifying those funds. Some of those funds have not been set up, even though the law says that they are supposed to be set up, and this creates the Forestry Improvement Revolving Loan Fund, the Volunteer Fire Department Equipment Conversion Revolving Fund, the Camden State Forest Revolving Fund, the Arts Commission Challenge Initiative Fund, and then the PERS, Public Employees Retirement System Building Repair and Maintenance Fund. We created a comprehensive hurricane damage mitigation fund. I think Senator Delano explained that bill earlier, and it's in the Department of Insurance, sets the maximum grant amount at $10,000 per recipient. The department's got a contract with a third party to manage this program, and it allows the department to pay the contractor 1% of the total appropriation from the fund. We're going to transfer that $5 million from the Surplus Lines Association into this comprehensive hurricane mitigation program. We're transferring $259,000 from the Real Estate Commission to fund the Home Inspector License Fund, and that's by agreement. And then most of you know we've combined the Board of Barber Examiners and Cosmetology Board to create the Board of Cosmetology and Barbering, and this allows those 2 entities to utilize funds for the duration of the fiscal year 2024. That's an explanation of the conference report. I'll yield for questions.
See no questions, Senator.
My motion is we adopt the conference report by use of the roll call.
Senator suggests using one roll call for final passage of the conference report. Any senator object? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Anyone aye? Seeing none, please record all present by using one roll call as voting aye on the conference report has been adopted.
Mr. President,
keep going, you're on a roll.
Well, if I may, trying to get me to take it one more. I just want to remind everybody too, I thought about, make sure the porters, we take care of the porters. Somebody may have already announced that, but I want to continue. I think Senator McConnell may have the lead on that, but certainly want to make sure we take care of the porters that we have that do such a wonderful job keeping everything up. But there'll be time today and tomorrow, so everybody go get some cash. Am I urged to take it one more?
Yes, sir. You're on a roll. Let's go.
Oh, I'm urged to take it 2 more. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Okay, my motion is we suspend the rules to go to item 7 on today's calendar.
Motion is suspend the rules, go to item 7. Anyone object? Seeing no objection, we'll go to item 7, Senator.
Thank you. I ask the title be read.
Please read the title.
House Bill 1783, Appropriation Marine Resources Department.
My motion is to recommit for further conference and study.
Motion is to recommit for further study at the conference. All in favor say aye. All opposed no. Ayes have it. It's recommitted, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. Now my motion is to suspend the rules for immediate consideration of item 11 on today's calendar.
The motion is to suspend the rules, go back for reconsideration of item 11. Anyone object? Saying no objection, Senator, on item 11.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that the title be read.
Please read the title.
House Bill 1830, Additional Appropriation Fiscal Year 24.
Senator Hobson.
I move adoption of the conference report and ask to be recognized to explain.
You're recognized to explain.
This is a additional appropriations, transferring some CapEx funds from the Secretary of State, or to the Secretary of State Land Improvement Fund. That's $14,025,000 Also transferring $500,000 to this one is appropriated to the MDA for the purposes of providing grants to the Small Unmanned Aircraft System Manufacturer Grant Fund. And then finally, $2.5 million to the Attorney General's office. And this was for the Victims of Human Trafficking and Commercial Sexual Exploitation program to be used by the Attorney General's office. I'll yield for questions if there are any.
Senator Sparks, you have a question?
I do have a question.
You yield, Senator Sparks.
Yes, I yield. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The last part you mentioned was funding for victims of human trafficking. Is that correct?
Correct.
And that goes to whom?
Attorney General's office.
Do you know if any of that money goes to housing some of these victims or treatment to some of these victims?
I do not, Senator.
For instance, as I understand, this body appropriated approximately $20 million working alongside Canopy. I believe we did that bill maybe yesterday to have 33 beds that are for children, some of who have been violated in a manner that I can't see how people who work in that field are able to do what they do. But that's what this body did. $20 million to put a facility so 33 children who've been assaulted, trafficked, most likely, and sexually abused can have some semblance of returning themselves from the brokenness that men have put upon them. And this body appropriated money, and I'm proud that this body appropriated money, whatever it took to get that $20 million. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Yeah, I've heard some horror stories about some of the kids that will benefit from having that program at Canopy, and received one just about within the last week about a young girl. But anyway, thank you for your comments, Senator.
Senator Blackman, you have a question?
Question, Mr. President.
You yield?
I do yield.
Senator Blackman?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The money in Section 1, is there a list of those grants somewhere?
I think this is money that was going to be reappropriated through the finance, and it relates to projects. I think one of them is here in Jackson, out at LaFlores Bluff, and I think there may be one more, and I don't know what that is, Senator.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Maybe Senator Harkins can recollect what that is.
Okay, I see no further questions, Senator.
Seeing none, my motion is adoption of the conference report.
Senator suggests adoption of the conference report by use of order roll calls. Anyone object? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Present? Seeing none, please record all present by use of order roll calls voting aye. The conference report is passed. Senator? Wish to bring up another one, Senator? That's it? Okay, at this time then, Senator Pope for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate stand in recess until 1:30 today.
Motion is stand in recess to 1:30. All in favor say aye. All opposed no. The ayes have it. Stand in recess until 1:30.
Senator Hobson?
Whenever you are.
We'll start with you and see if we can get along here. We just got very few Senate, and appreciate everybody's patience as we do the very final ones. Senator Hobson?
Thank you, Mr. President. Before we get back on the calendar, I would request unanimous consent to make the following clerical correction amendment, and that is in Senate Bill 3056, the MDA budget, on line 281, delete numbers 24 and 25 and replace them with 25 and 26. My motion is for unanimous consent to make that clerical change.
Seeing no objection, consent granted. Senator Hobson?
Thank you, Mr. President. Now, my motion would be to suspend the rules for the immediate consideration of item 7 on today's calendar.
Suspend the rules, Senate, if turn 7 on page 1, Senate. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
Now, I would ask the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill 1783, Appropriation Marine Resources Department of.
My motion is to adopt the conference report and ask that you recognize Senator McCon to explain.
Senator McCon, you're recognized to explain the conference report.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you all for still being here today. This is our Department of Marine Resources budget, and you'll look in there and see the total action being $260,385,144. Of those, if you remember, it's mostly special funds that come into play there. Total special funds being $256,785,50. You will see, as usual, the increases for health insurance, salary progressions, and PERS increases, and some vacancy funding that we're putting in there. Total Go Mesa project authority is $84,462,139. And additionally, you'll see in that same bill, your titlings being right at $11.7 million. You can look through the bill and you can see the projects that have been approved. You can see that we've reauthorized those from last year so they can continue getting those finished. But you'll see the new projects being listed therein, being your titlings in Section 6. And you can flip on over and you can see your Go Mesa being in Section 11. I would entertain questions on this bill right now if there are any.
Questions on the bill?
If there's not, I would suggest use the morning roll call for adoption of the conference report.
Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Which should be recorded as voting no. Present. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. In a moment, thank you all. That concludes the work of the subcommittee and appropriations that I was fortunate to chair. Concludes the subcommittee of Judiciary A, as you've heard the Chairman Wiggins has mentioned, and it concludes the work of the Forestry Committee. Thank you all for your hard work this year.
Thank you, Senator. Okay, Senator Hobson, we come back. That takes 7 off. One moment. want to do? What you got here? Senate, we're down to 4, fixing to be 3. Senator Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go ask to suspend the rules to go to item number 17, House Bill 1354.
Motion is to suspend the rules. Number 17, Senate, on page 3. All in favor of suspension of the rules, signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, Senator. Now we're ready.
Ask that the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill 1354, Alcoholic Beverage Control Division, Warehouse, increased amount of revenue bonds authorized for and bailment for authorized for paying debt service on bonds.
Move the adoption of the conference report and ask that you recognize me to explain it.
You recognize, Senator.
In this bill, this is the alcohol warehouse bill. We passed our version of it earlier this session. This conference report makes 4 changes. On line 38, it adds purchase to so that we have design, build, or construct a warehouse. This would allow for them to purchase an existing warehouse if they found one that was suitable. On line 96, it changes the bond amount from $55 million, which we put into legislation 2 years ago, to $95 million. Like I explained earlier, that is the amount that they've agreed upon that they can build the warehouse and put the automated equipment in so that it's a state-of-the-art facility. On line 285, it changes the bailment fee that we charge from $1.25 to $1.50. This amount goes towards paying the bond on the warehouse. And then finally, on line 321, we require that a contract for the construction of a warehouse be entered into no later than October 1st of this year. And that's an explanation of the conference report.
Okay. You got it up on the screen? Yes, sir. Okay, it's on the screen. Any questions? Senator Michelle, for what purpose, sir?
Question, please.
Senator, were you for a question?
Yes, sir.
All right, Senator Michelle is recognized for a question.
Senator, I know we've had consultants give us advice on the size of the warehouse. What is the latest parameters that we're looking at on the size of warehouse we need to build?
The last I remember hearing, it was, I believe it was around 350,000 square feet. I believe that's right, and I apologize. I'll verify that shortly and get back with you. They said that the size, though, would accommodate all the automations and the current cases that we store in transition, and they believe that it will have additional space so that we can continue to grow and use the same warehouse.
If we're lucky enough and we get direct ship of wine, or if we have an initial referendum process and grocery stores are successful in passing wine sales in grocery stores, in which case we would not have to store the wine in the facility, and knowing that it's about 60% of the floor space is wine, do we have a backup plan to be able to amend that if that happened in the next year or so?
I want to make sure I understand. If wine goes into grocery stores, the state would still deliver it to grocery stores, so that if the volume goes up, it's good that we'll have the extra space.
The idea would be if the referendum said that the wine can be shipped directly to the grocery store to save the state the effort of having to handle the goods and the possibility that the state would have to pay for a case of liquor if they drop it, where if it goes straight to the stores. Let's just say that does happen. Is there any way we can take a step back and amend this process?
No. Based on this legislation, we're requiring that contract for construction be entered into by October 1st. So by the time we come in here next year, we should have a contract on building a warehouse, and that will be based on what parameters we're giving them now.
I guess we could have some extra space to store office equipment and stuff like that if we don't need it, huh?
I guess so. Yes.
Thank you.
If there are no other questions, I'll move adoption of.
We have another one first, Senator. Senator Polk. For what purpose, sir?
Question.
Would you for a question,
Yes.
Senator Johnson? Senator Polk's recognized.
Thanks, sir. Senator, is there anything in this bill that dictates where the location of the warehouse will be?
Nothing that changes it from what we had in the legislation 2 years ago, which was within 50 miles of the state capitol.
So it's still 50 miles?
That's correct.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Senator Polk. Other questions on the bill?
If there are no other questions, move adoption using the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to that procedure? Wish to be recorded as voting no? Frazier? No. Seymour? No. Branning? No. Parker? No. Anyone else? Present? Any present? Brumfield? Present, sir? Present, Brumfield. Senator Super, for what purpose?
To the vote.
Please proceed.
I'll announce a pair.
Okay.
I vote yes, and if Jeff Tate was here, he would vote no.
Yes, Super, no, Tate. Anyone else? Bill passed by use of morning roll call with the present noted and also the negatives, senator votes noted. Okay, Senate, one more minute. Back on the calendar for a moment. Senator Fillingane. Senate, we're on 30, 31, and 32. We're back on the calendar, actually.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to take the opportunity also to thank our counsel, Mr. Ethan Samsel, for all of his hard work over this past couple of months, and Ms. Holly Robertson in Lieutenant Governor's office as well for all of their able assistance. This Judiciary B Committee, as you can see, is quite the working committee, and I want to thank the committee members. They've done yeoman's work this session. With that, I would move to take up items 30, 31, and 32 in block.
30, 31, and 32, Senate in block. Anyone object to that procedure? Please proceed, Senator Fillingane.
Thank you. I'd like to have the titles read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the titles.
House Bill 4124, suffrage restored to Tony Claus of Humphreys County. House Bill 4053, suffrage restored to Omar Eugene McGee of Covington County. House Bill number 4099, suffrage restored to Dustin Darrell Mills of Rankin County.
Thank you, Mr. President. The motion will be that we do adopt these bills or pass on use of the morning roll call. Each of those have been vetted by the Judiciary B Committee. They had varying crimes, I think burglary of vehicles, grand larceny, and the like, but they've all completed their sentences, paid their restitutions. They've been released finally from the MDOC. And with that, I would move adoption by use of the morning roll call.
Okay, questions on the three suffrage restore? Any questions? Use of the morning roll call been requested. Anyone object? Court is voting no. Seymour, no. Anyone else?
Michelle.
Michelle, no. DeBar, no. Anyone else? Okay, with the 3 no votes noted, suffrage is granted on the 3 individuals by use of the morning roll call. Okay. Just a moment.
What is it?
All right, I hadn't saw you.
Okay, Senator Whaley, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to suspend the rules for the immediate consideration of House Bill 1854.
One moment, please.
Do you have one? Yes.
Okay, Senator, you're up on the screen.
Mr. President, I'd like to recognize Senator Delano. I'd like to have the title read, excuse me.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill 1854, Harrison County, authorized assessments on convictions for improvements to courthouses and pretrial detention facilities.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
I'd like to recognize Senator Delano to explain the bill.
Senator Delano, you're recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman and Mr. President. This, again, is for Harrison County Board of Supervisors to be able to level an assessment on convictions through Justice Court, County Court, and Circuit Court in Harrison County. It's $25 for each conviction, and if it's a DUI, then it's a $50. That's an explanation of the bill. I'll yield for any questions. If there are no questions, I'll move for final adoption based on the morning roll call.
Senator McMahon, for what purpose, sir?
Question.
Are you for a question, Senator?
Yes, certainly.
Senator McMahon is recognized.
I'm sorry, I don't have a copy of this bill in front of me, but does this have a repeal date on it?
Sure does. I apologize, sir. This is repeals on July 1st, 2028.
Okay, thank you so much.
Senator Hobson, for what purpose, sir?
Question.
Are you for a question, Senator?
Okay, yes. Yes, I'll yield to Senator Hobkinson.
Thank you, Mr. President, and Senator Delano.
Thank you.
Small D, big L.
There you
go. No, seriously, is this a specific project that it's supposed to be funding?
Yes, sir. So this funds improvements that are going to be made at the county courthouse for pretrial detention areas for the courthouses in Harrison County.
And are there other counties that do this?
Yes, sir. It's my understanding that there's multiple counties that have asked for this over the past couple of years, and I think there are more that are going to come and ask for it as well.
Have they been granted? I don't recall,
Yes, sir.
but they have
Yes,
other,
sir.
more than one other county?
Yeah, I know that in doing my research on this House bill, I found out that there were several others that have gone through local and private that have asked for the same thing.
Thank you, Senator.
Senator Sparks, for what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr. President.
Are you for Senator?
Yes.
Senator Sparks, you're recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. $25 on every conviction in justice court would include every moving violation, correct? Every speeding ticket?
I would defer to you on that.
Well, if it's a conviction in justice court's misdemeanor court, any violation, minor possession, of alcohol, speeding, expired license. Do you know how many of such tickets were convicted in Harrison County in the last year?
I do not have that information.
Do you know if the $25 is going to come off the top from the first dollar paid, or is the state going to get the fine money for the fine of which the conviction is?
Sir, I understand that there's been some discussion about that. It doesn't speak to this in the bill, and I was under the impression that that's something that the court would figure out, and I'll defer to you on your wisdom on that. Since you deal with it on a daily basis, I do not.
I would just say there's a lot of circumstances where people are not paying their fines, and as I understand it, cities can't write that off. Not sure if the counties can write it off, but that assessment, you don't know what priority it's going to take in the list of who gets their first money.
It's not spoken in this bill.
Thank you. Thank you for taking my questions.
Thank you, sir.
Further questions on the bill?
Motion be taught sufficient to pass. Final adoption, use of the morning roll call.
This is the big committee. It's a very big committee right here.
Thank you, sir.
Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Card is voting no. Present? Hobson, present. Parker, present. Sparks, no. Bryan, present. Branning, present. Kevin, present. Blackwell, present. Turner Ford, present. Thomas, present. Anyone else? Okay, bill passes by use of the morning call with the ones noted present.
Mr. President, I'd like to ask for immediate release or for unanimous consent for immediate release.
There you go. It's long.
Jesus.
Seeing no objection is granted.
Thank you. I'd like to thank.
Okay, Senator, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to suspend the rules for immediate consideration of item 23 on today's calendar.
23, Senate. One moment. See, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator?
I'd like to go to item 23, Senate Bill 3070, and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill 3070, Income Tax and Insurance Premium Tax, authorizing credit for certain investments in qualified community development entities.
My motion is we adopt the conference report and recognize Senator Johnson to explain.
Senator Johnson, you're recognized to explain the conference report.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This bill does three things. The first part of it is the new market tax credits. It's renewing the new market tax credits. Some of y'all remember in our finance meeting where we discussed potentially adding recovery zones. We have taken that out. It is strictly investments in low-income census tracts, and we are using the same state tax credit cap and the same tax credit percentage as we've done in the previous 3 years that we've authorized the new markets tax credit. So essentially, we're just renewing the new market tax credit very similarly to how it has been running. The second thing the bill does is it makes a correction on the population of Hinds County for their garbage millage legislation. It was previously set for a county above 250,000. The population dropped below that. We're making that correction. And then the third thing it does is a similar garbage millage portion for Jackson County, Mississippi. And that's an explanation of what the bill does, or the conference report.
Questions? Seeing none, Senator, we're ready for your motion.
Move adoption using the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object? Opposed voting no. Present. Seeing none, the bill passes by use of the morning roll call. One moment, Senate.
Dr. Josh. Hey, dear.
Senate, we're very close, and they're in printing on the last ones here, so rather than have you sit here, we'll entertain a motion from Senator Polk for about a 20-minute recess subject to call. Senator Polk?
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate stand in recess subject to call.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to suspend the rules and go back to item 21 on today's calendar, House Bill 1988.
One moment, please. 21 Senate, page 3. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, Senator.
I'd like to go to that item and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill 1988, Children's Promise Act, increase amount of tax credits that may be allocated under bring forward various tax credit sections of law.
My motion is we adopt the conference report and be recognized to explain it.
You're recognized, Senator.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Children's Promise Act. There's been a couple different versions that have come through, and you've heard about. The final action on this bill raises it $3 million on each side. Half the proceeds in this bill is tax credit. 50% go to foster care organizations. The other 50% goes to the schools. And it is an increase of $3 million on each side. Changes in this is it has a 1-year look back on line 70. It allows for a 1-year look back, and along with the carry forward of 5 years. So if you write your donation in January and you haven't filed your taxes, you can use that on your prior year taxes. It does cap the donation at $24 million on the total aggregate amount that is split 50-50, so $12 million for each side. And it also caps the amount that the eligible charitable organization is able to receive at 3.5% per single eligible charitable organization. And that is the explanation of the bill. Yield for any questions.
Questions on the bill? Questions on the bill? Seeing none, Senator.
Move adoption on the morning roll call.
Use of morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to that procedure? Senator Bryan objects. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Barnett. Barrett. Berry. Blackman. Blackwell. Blunt. Boyd. Branning. Brumfield. Bryan. Butler. Carter. Chazanall. Chisholm. DeBar. Delano. England. Fillingane. Frazier. Harkins. Hickman. Hill. Hobson. Horn. Jackson. Johnson. Jordan. Kirby. Latner. McCon. McClendon. McMahon. Michelle. Norwood. Parker. Parks. Polk. Rhodes. Robinson. Seymour. Simmons of the 12th. Simmons of the 13th. Sparks. Suber. Tate. Thomas. Thompson. Turner Ford. Whaley. Wiggins. Williams. Younger. Barnett. Barrett. Boyd. Butler. Carter. Chazanall. Chisholm. DeBar. Delano.
Aye.
Frazier. Hill. Latner, McCon, McMahon, Michelle, Parks, Polk, Simmons of the 13th, Tate, Wiggins, voting yes or yea, Berry, Blackwell, Branning, DeBar, Delano, England, Fillingane, Harkins, Johnson, Kirby, McCon, Michelle, Rhodes, Robinson, Seymour, Sparks, Suber, Whaley, Wiggins, Williams, Younger. Voting no or nay, Blackman, Blunt, Brumfield, Bryan, Butler, Frazier, Hickman, Jackson, Jordan, McClendon, McMahon, Norwood, Simmons of the 12th, Simmons of the 13th, Thomas, Thompson, Turner Ford. Present, Horn, and Parker.
One moment, please. Senator Horn, for what purpose?
Mr. President, to the vote, was Senator Albert Butler voted as a no? Was recorded as a no?
One moment, please. Apparently, he is voting. How was his ballot cast, sir?
He voted no.
They claim to say he voted no. I don't see him on the floor.
I'm sorry, Mr. President. Senator Butler has he had to leave and go home, so he's out of the chamber at the time, so he would not be recorded as a no vote.
Okay. Thank you, Senator Horn.
Thank you.
Okay, Senator Polk.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to announce a payer, please.
Please proceed.
If Senator Butler were here, he would vote no. I vote aye.
No, Butler. Aye, Polk. Senator Boyd, for what purpose?
To the vote.
Please proceed.
Voting present.
Boyd, present. Senator McMahon, for what purpose?
To the vote.
Please proceed.
I ask for unanimous consent to vote present, to change my vote from no to present.
We haven't closed the vote yet, Senator, so we'll mark you present. Senator McMahon, present. Calendar, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Clerk. By a vote of 21 yeas, 16 nays, 4 present, the vote fails. Senator Hobson. Senator Harkins, I'm sorry. Okay. Ready? Okay, Senator Hobson.
Thank you, Mr. President. My motion is to suspend the rules for immediate consideration of item 26 on the calendar.
26, Senate. Motion to suspend the rules. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. My motion is that we adopt the conference report. I'm going to ask you to recognize Senator Harkins momentarily, and he will also, after we conclude this, there is an expectation that we will have a request for unanimous consent to make some modifications in the bill, some of the technical changes that need to be made, rather than having to recommit it and start over. So at this time, Mr. President, I would ask that you recognize Senator Harkins to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. President. What you have before you is the transfer bill summary, and I'm going to go over the big section. Obviously, you all have a handout of the project list that's in there, but Section 1 transfers funds from the capital expense fund to the following funds: a $227,375,000 to the local improvement fund, $110 million to the IHL capital improvement fund, $45 million to the community and junior college capital improvement fund, $26,100,000 to the state agency capital improvement fund, $23,900,000 to the Department of Finance Administration statewide repair and renovation fund, $18 million to the Mississippi State University Veterinary School Fund, $40 million to the Mississippi Site Development Grant Fund, $160 million to the Lafayette County Infrastructure Improvement Fund, $90 million to the DeSoto County Infrastructure Improvement Fund, $30 million to the Emergency Road and Bridge Fund, $10 million to the Strategic Multimodal Investment Fund, and $40 million to the 2022 Infrastructure Match Fund. Those are for the federal matches for MDOT. Section 2 transfers $22 million from the BP Settlement Fund into the Local Improvement Projects Fund. Section 3 transfers $110 million from the Capital Expense Fund to the Employer's Accumulation Account of the Public Employees Retirement System. This is the $110 million direct transfer of capital expense funds into PERS. Section 4 creates the 2024 Local Improvement Projects Fund. Section 5 transfers $110 million from the 2022 IHL Capital Improvements Fund in Section 1 to the following projects. These are all the IHL projects in their 4-year plan, excuse me. Section 6 deals with the Community and Junior College Capital Improvement Fund. That is given to all the community college based on a formula of half of it is a shared fee equally distributed amongst all the institutions, and half is based on enrollment. Section 7 transfers $26.1 million to the state agency's capital improvement fund for agency R&R. Section 8 transfers $23.9 million from the 2022 Department of Finance Administration statewide repair and renovation fund to be used for general repair and renovation. Section 9 creates the Mississippi State University Veterinary School Fund. Section 10 transfers funds from the 2024 Local Improvement Projects Fund. Section 7 transfers $6,972 million from the Capital Expense Fund in the Mississippi Main Street Revitalization Grant Program Fund. Section 12 transfers $6 million from the Capital Expense Fund into the Gulf Coast Passenger Rail Restoration Match Fund created. That's going to be in concert with another bill for a bond for the Chrissy Grant. We're going to issue a bond in the full amount for the project, thinking $13.9 million, but we're going to deduct the amount of cash we infuse, so it lets the federal government know we've committed to the project, but we're going to put in place $6 million of capital expense funds, and that bond will be decreased by that amount as well. Section 13 permits Delta State to enter into a public-private partnership with a third-party developer for planning, designing, renovating, constructing, furnishing, and equipping Ward Hall Dormitory and Cleveland Hall. Also permits Delta State to enter into a partnership with the Cleveland High School District to create a model rural education school to serve pre-K through 6th grade students from Bolivar County. And I believe that's from some damage sustained to the school. Section 14 makes it effective upon passage. And the remaining handout you have is a list of all the projects. All of these are for the most part, transfers. Those funds are appropriated in the other appropriation bills. This bill just transfers the funds into those individual funds to be appropriated. And council's going to get a copy of the unanimous consent. I want to say that part of this process is getting descriptions, and I can't impress upon each of you enough how important it is that when you list your projects, get an accurate description of the project. We're going to have a unanimous consent to kind of fix some of these, but when we go through these projects, sometimes we may get a project request for road in an amount. We need to know what county it goes to. There needs to be a little thought and information in the request. It goes to the county of, for the project of. That's what takes a lot of time in this process to get this bill ready and to get these projects listed. We had billions of dollars of requests, and I want to repeat that, billions of dollars of requests for projects across the state throughout all these districts, and I want to thank Mr. Nathaniel Upchurch over there for all of his hard work that he did to put into this to get these things loaded on spreadsheets, and he was of great help to get this project sheet listed out and devised. So thank you, Nathan. So on the screen, I believe you do have a unanimous consent. And we go through here, starting at lines 349 through 351 by deleting the Veterans Home in Jackson, Mississippi, and inserting Veterans Home statewide. Amend line 447. Really the most important project in your district, and try to aim towards something like that. But I mean, I know obviously our districts are pretty big. We got a lot of areas in it. So, I mean, I'm not saying just bring one project up here, but I do think we just need to probably collectively consider, what's the main project in our community and our districts and present those.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
Other questions on the bill?
Seeing none, move adoption by the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call being requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Cause voting no. Present? Seeing none, bill passes by use of the morning roll call. Thank you, Senator. I'll recognize Senator Kirby.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to make a couple of announcements, and then I'd like to do something that's my favorite thing to do during the whole session. First, an announcement, if I may, Mr. President.
Please proceed.
I'd like to ask that we relax the dress code for tomorrow.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
All right. The second thing, Mr. President, I would ask, and I'm saying this because of the freshmen, the others have heard this, as we go home, looks like tomorrow, I would ask that everyone please clean off their desks and make sure that we have a good-looking chamber for our visitors. And then the third thing, Mr. President, my favorite thing to do is to thank our staff. I don't see they're all here, but our staff for all that they've done during this legislative session. And I'd like to introduce them with permission, Mr. President.
Please proceed.
Thank you. I think I want to call these out by different departments. And if you would, hold your applause to the end of each department. And so let's start, if you would, Mr. President, talking about what a wonderful job all of our staff has done. I mean, we're probably the best staff capital in the United States, and we're very proud of each and every one of them. So, Mr. President, let's start out with the administrative staff. And let's start out with Amanda and Colonel Larry Wagner, Alicia, Jeanette, and Arnold. Let's give them all a big hand. Second is the Comptroller's Office, which we have Stacy, Janet, Donna, and I want to say this about Donna. She brought us lots of good snacks this year, and we all truly appreciate those snacks that she brought. So let's give them a big round of applause. Docket room, we have Linda, Zanetta, and Ann Sullivan. If they would, are they here? If not, let's just, they're hiding around the corner. Let's give them a big round of applause. And legislative services that we all depend on so very, very much each and every day. Let's start with Ian, Sam, Ethan, Allison, Allie, Bob, Angie, Jane, Katie, Tommy, and Connie. If they all, let's give them a big round of applause. Now, let's name the ones that keep us out of trouble all the time. The committee assistants. And the committee assistants, we have Pat, Kendra, Becky, Martha, Anita, Christy, Shelby, Deborah, and Terry. And for our porters we have Terry, Adrian, George, and Chris. Let's give them a big round of applause. And I think to tell the porters, I think Senator McCon maybe has a gift for them as well. So next, Lieutenant Governor's staff.
Yes.
Can't tell you how important they are to each and every one of us, and that's Nathan, Leah, Brittany, Holly, Andrew, Zoe, Amanda Burris, that is, and Mariah. So, well, let's get in. And Mr. President and ladies and gentlemen, we were blessed with some really good senior pages this year, and I think they definitely should be recognized, and that's Chase and Allie, and Rhett and Michaela. That's, in our legislative publishing that helps us all so much, we have Doug, Peter, Bill, Morgan, and Lenise. Let's give them a big... And our visitor services that do such a great job and make us and this Capitol building look so good is Ashley, Sharon, and Brenda. Thank them. In the gift shop, we have Tina and Diane. So let's make them know that we appreciate them. In our IT staff, we have Joe, Carlos, Brett, Benjamin, David. Well, it's David Norton, and we have another David Dennis, John Moody, and Evan, and plus others in the staff, which I didn't get all the names, but let's make them all welcome. And tell them how much we appreciate everything they do for us as well. LBO, Corbin, Leanne, Ava, Max, and others. So we have a lot that I don't know. So thank you. Mr. President, we're truly blessed to have them, and we want them all to know, each and every one of them, how much we do truly appreciate them. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Kirby, and we do appreciate everyone. Outstanding job. Senator McMahon, for what purpose?
Adjourn in memory.
Please proceed.
On behalf of Senator Bryan and myself, I would ask the Senate adjourning today in memory of longtime former Tupelo City Councilman Marco Whittington, who slipped into eternity this morning.
One moment, please. Senate, we have one bill they're proofing now, so Senator Polk. One second, Senator Polk. I see two before you. I'm sorry. Senator Jordan, for what purpose?
Joining member, Mr. President.
Please proceed.
I'd like to send a joining member of my best friend, Theodore Johnson, who passed away 2 days ago.
Sorry to hear that, Senator. Senator Brumfield.
Testing.
Adjourn in memory, Mr. President.
Please proceed.
I would ask the Senate to join in with me in remembering the late John Henry Dobbs, one of our great icons. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Anyone else? Okay, Senator Polk.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate stand in recess until 4 p.m.
4 p.m. All in favor, signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. like to call the Senate back in session for the last time today. We'll start with Senator Hobson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Before we conclude today, and as we deal with our last financial bill of this session, hopefully, a few other folks that I'd like to thank, and I know I speak on behalf of Senator Harkins and the Lieutenant Governor and others that are heavily involved in some of the budget crafting and the revenue and bond bills, but Leanne Robinson, our Deputy Director, who's up front right now, and her her staff that include Ava Bliss, Charlie Rome, Jessica Taylor, Max Sage, Portia Miner, Rob Dowdle, Tina Carter, Tracy Day, Emily Shifley, and I know Corbin was recognized earlier too. Corbin over here, we couldn't do it without Corbin and the Elbow staff, so let's give them a big round of applause for all the work they do.
Thank you, Senator Hobson. We echo that as well. Really appreciate you, Lee, and all your work you do, and Corbin and all the work they do. Now, in conclusion, Senator, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Before I begin, I too want to say some thanks to Ian Jones and Ethan for their help on this particular bill, but Ian for his work on the Finance Committee, and Miss Becky. Where is Miss Becky? Becky Mercier. She is over here hiding behind the. Get over here. She's done a great work keeping us organized and on point. I want to thank y'all and tell you how much we appreciate your work. Now, Mr. President, I hope I can get a vote to suspend the rules to go back to item 20 on today's calendar.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator, you're recognized.
Wasn't even close. I'd like to go to item 20 on today's calendar, House Bill 1983, and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill 1983, bonds, authorize issuance for various purposes.
I'd like to, my motion is we adopt the conference report and recognize Senator Johnson.
Senator Johnson, you're recognized.
Bring us home.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This bill does a few different things, primarily with bonds and reauthorization and repurposing. I'll go through them by section. However, the first 7 sections deal with MDA, and they're the bonds that they request that we are authorizing and for the different funds that they have. Sections 8 and 9 deal with USM. It repurposes and reauthorizes some bonds that are either close to expiring or need to be on a different project. Section 10 and 11 deal with Hinds County. It authorizes the issuance of $3 million in state general funds for the Hinds County Courthouse. Section 12.
Did you get to section 6?
Deals with bonds to provide funds for the Mississippi Community Heritage Preservation Grant Fund and extend the time within that they can be used. Section 13 is for a road project in Oxford. With federal money, a different project has taken priority, and it allows for monies that were bonded for, or that authorized to be bonded for from a couple of years ago to be used for the new project. Section 14 creates the Small Unmanned Aircraft System Manufacturer Grant Fund. Section 15 assists with a project in Starkville. Section 16 is the issuance of $13.9 million in state obligation funds for the Gulf Coast Passenger Rail Restoration Match Fund. This is what we put $6 million in appropriation to earlier today, and this is to show that we are willing to put the funds in to draw down all of the federal money, which I believe is close to $150 million. We may or may not actually issue those bonds. It will just depend on whether we use appropriations for them in future years. Section 17 is for the Chickasaw Heritage Center Fund. We allowed for a bond authorization for them from a few years ago, and they have not yet started on their projects, so we are extending the time for them to do that. Section 18 puts $500,000 in that Small Unmanned Aircraft System Manufacturer Grant Fund I mentioned a few minutes ago. Section 19 transfers $12 million into the Mississippi Outdoor Stewardship Trust Fund. Section 20 establishes the Land Improvement Fund with the Secretary of State, and 21 transfers $13 million into that fund, as mentioned by Senator Hobson earlier today. 22 allows for the State Attorney General to act on a land lease in violation of a deed. Section 23 puts $200,000 in a Marine Corps League detachment center in Lamar County. Section 24 puts $200,000 into the Mississippi Reading Clinic pilot program. And that's an explanation of what the conference report does.
Questions on the bill? Seeing none, Senator, ready for your motion, sir.
Move adoption using the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Does anyone object? The court is voting no. Present? Bill passes by use of the morning roll call. Thank you, Senator Johnson. Thank you, Senator Harkins. Done? One moment, please. Okay, Senate, we appreciate everybody's hard work today and patience. We have one more brief in the morning. It's our goal to be out of here by about 9:30 in the morning. So we'll go to Senator Polk.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate stand in recess until 5 p.m. today, at which time the journal will reflect that we're adjourned until 9 a.m. tomorrow.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it.